streaming? I think I'm streaming. Let's just assume everything's working. I have not done this in a while, so, I'm at practice. And hopefully my microphone holds out for a little while. I did not fully charge it. I've got a backup mic charging, so both of them are kind of half, hopefully half charged. We'll see how this works, but I may end up, my mic may end up dying. Alrighty, let's see. The first thing I need to do is I need to check these parts for light leakage. And I need to fix that just in case. I want to put the LED that's floating around on the inside there. Come on. What's going on here? Oh, I was trying to hook it the wrong direction. So I still need to turn it this way. Yeah. Alright. So yes, I need to check. I'm going to run some current through it just to see if I need to run any, if I need to fill in any gaps or any holes in the model where light may be coming out. So I need to check the arms, I need to check the head. Those parts don't matter, just the body and the head. Yeah, so, or the upper body, I should say. Lower body, doesn't matter. Go get my little battery pack. But hopefully I can get everything chromed today, and then I'm gonna let that dry overnight because I don't want anything bad to happen. I don't know, I'll check, let's see what the manufacturer says. I'm trying a new chrome, I'm trying that AK chrome, so it might dry fast. Yeah, see what I'm talking about? That light leak. You know what I'm going to do real quick? I'm going to make some little crimps for the, well, are they all holes? Definitely got some light leaks in that guy. So that's the same as that. So that should be the same. That should be the same. Cool. I'm gonna make some little crimp ends for this thing, so I can, for my little tester, so I can check these thoroughly. Yeah, I learned after the first Iron Man that I did that you got to check for the light gaps, and this is the stage to do it because I can just go in there and black it out. What was I doing? Crimpers and box. There it is. I need to strip a little bit more wire off of there. What's happening? These little shoulder pads are just barely hanging on. I can't really see in there, but see those two little posts? It's the only thing attaching these little shoulder pads, and so they bounce around a lot. which has not been fun. I am happy that I got all these surfaces really, really super smooth though. They're gonna look nice once I start to metal, get some metal look to them. Definitely wanted to make sure that I wanted the surfaces to be as smooth as I could make them. What do I need? I need tweezers so I can pick out what I'm doing here. And then I'm gonna need. Do I have some little wire strippers? Not there. Where did I put them? Just use my nippers, so I have to be really careful. I think I must have stuck them in another bag somewhere. It's gonna be a pain in hell. I don't want to get Sorry, I'm calling an audible here. I didn't realize that I was going to need to do this. I thought I was just going to jump right into painting. But like I said, I learned a lesson the hard way. If you don't check it now, you can't do anything about it later. The chrome does help kind of keep everything covered. The chrome does add some coverage. So that'll be helpful, but I want to stuff like that down in there. I just got to go in there with some primer. Just kind of get down in those deep spots. I need to be able to see it, so I'm gonna add some plugs here, so I can work a little more consistently. It's a very thin wire, so I'm gonna have to double it up. What's going on here? Am I a dead spot or something? Come on. There it is. Thick insulation. Yeah, weird. This side will be more cooperative. Oh, this is threaded wire and it's only fused at the top. That's why it wasn't coming off. Yeah, they put a little bit of solder on the end. It's not a solid wire all the way through. It's threaded. That's why the fucker wasn't coming off. What's up, Dom? I am back indeed. Back again. Making a lamp. Apparently, when I put these LEDs in here in the base, I don't think I'm taking it. I am sort of taking into account how bright it's going to be because these are some really bright LEDs. That's why I painted this ring kind of extra blue, because when it's lit up, it's gonna obliterate the blue. Like it should look good, but it's gonna be bright. So yeah, when I put that in there and in the base, and then I paint the inside of the thing chrome, and all that light's gonna be bouncing around in there. This thing is probably gonna be the brightest statue that I've ever made. So it's gonna be fun. How you been, man? How are things? How's life? How's tricks? Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, she probably. This is a wicked file. It's the I think it was their 2003 Tony Stark Iron Man combo where they're standing like back to back. I'm just not doing the Tony Stark part. Yeah, I think it was from that model, or that is it a diorama? Yeah, it's a combo model. They did Bruce Banner and the Hulk kind of side by side in a diorama thing. They had a little stint there where they did a couple of those. Right on. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I'm trying to get back into it myself. I haven't been. I've got the Storm model that I want to do next printed, and it's in a bucket, right behind me. I want to finish this one first, and then after I do Storm, then I've got a commission model for a coworker, which is going to be a fun little build. And then yeah, and then after that, I don't know. I'll probably do. Got another gift giving time that it's for a friend of mine who's wanting me to do a Joker statue for him. So I'll probably end up making that happen. Get in there. Oh, I need my other clippers. I forgot these things get stuck. Yeah, I understand. I hear you. Life gets pretty busy. It's been pretty busy around here myself. Oh, I saw that Kingdom Come Wonder Woman. That looks pretty cool. I'm not into the Kingdom Come series, but that was a good looking statue. I don't like the way they did the cape on the Kingdom Come Superman. Like, there's one spot that comes over his shoulder, and it's like a little teeny tiny little strip. And so, of course, when you're resin printing, things kind of get warped a little bit. Like, it's not going to be precise unless you can, unless you angle it just right. And, when you're doing a cape like that, you're kind of limited on how you can angle it. So, anyway, point is like a lot of people are misprinting that little cape part, and it's making it really, really difficult to get them to line up. And stuff like that. It's the common complaint I'm hearing about that statue. So people have been oh, that's where I was going. Some people have been replacing it with a cloth, like a cloth cape with a wire in it. Those look like crap. I'm gonna print it, put a LED in the Yeah, putting in LEDs, it definitely adds a layer of like extra complexity. You know, no matter how simple it is, there's still stuff you got to take into consideration. You know, like is it going to be battery powered? Are you going to plug it in? And if you're going to be plugging it in, where the wires have got to go, like how you got to run the wires. It took me forever to figure out how I'm going to do the two inner, because I'm going to do an outer ring of LEDs and then an inner ring of LED. These two strips over here. I've got them measured out and everything, so I just got to solder them up. But I have to wait until I actually paint the base because I can't assemble it until at least the base paint, the base coats are done. So I'm gonna base coat them, and then once those are dry, I can insert the ring, and then I can do the LEDs and do all the wiring and stuff. And then he doesn't really have a place for his little foot pegs to go, so I'm gonna be really leaning heavily on just some 5-minute epoxy holding this statue down, because there's not really secure points to put any keys for the feet, because of how this thing is, you know, how visible the inner ring is. I mean, I suppose to do it properly, I could put in one of those brass posts, you know. I've seen people do those. That would be probably the most secure way to do it. If I was selling this, like if I was sending this to a client, that's probably what I would do. Just take the extra time to, you know, run a post. Then I would have to drill into that acrylic ring. I'd have to make a hole that lines up. Well, actually, I would just assemble it and then drill a hole. But the point is that there would be an ugly post going all the way through that you, from the right angle, you'd be able to see it, and that doesn't make me happy. So I figured out though how I'm going to make these cords kind of run up and around without puncturing the ring, without having to go through the ring. I'm going to run it up the side, and then paint the wires, because these are coils. It's like a copper coil on the inside. So all I got to do is make them as flat as I can make them, and then paint them copper, and then they'll blend right in with the model. So that's what I'm going to do. But like I said, before I can get to that point, I got to get everything like at least base painted, and then I can paint the copper and stuff in later. But I'm anxious to get the electrical like completely knocked out. Like I said, then after that, I've continued to think and rethink how I'm going to do the assembly. But I guess I'll just figure it out when I get there. I'm not going to be picking this thing up and moving it around a whole lot. And if I do, it'd be picking it up and moving around by the base. But it is a concern that the center of gravity is going to be a little weird, kind of tall. So it's not going to be heavy. Like the base is going to be heavy. The base is solid, by the way. This was a sponsored somebody, a 3D printing company printed these model pieces for me for free. So I'm going to do a little sponsored by bit in the final video. But yeah, the base that they printed is a solid piece of resin. That thing weighs like 5 pounds, man. It's crazy. There's no way in hell I would have printed it solid like that. No way. At that size, it's 12 inches across. At that size, the weight of it is nuts. So I have to put it in my cutout, like in my bookshelf thing. I can't put it anywhere else because it weighs a ton. I'm going to be redoing my shelving in my studio eventually. So but yeah, that thing weighs a ton. All right, so yeah, do a little test here. Don't have to go all the way in, just in enough. Yeah, boom. Yeah, so I can see now, like, all right, so I got light leaks all through here, all underneath, all around. So I guess that's what I'm going to be doing this session. All in. Look. Here, let me turn off some lights here. I'm going to get your opinion. Obviously, this part's uncovered, and it would be bright. All right, so if this thing was fully painted and there's light shining through in these little flaps and stuff, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I could even go with a heavier coat right there with the airbrush and see some light kind of poking through the finish. Nah, that's probably fine. Because by the time I chrome it and then, candy paint, it's going to be fine. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I like the light leaks or not. Part of me kind of does, but they're inconsistent. And I don't know how to fix that. Like, go in there and scratch it out. Like, scratch out the primer. But then I can't maintain it because I'm going to chrome over the whole thing and it's going to be patchy again. So it can't just be like a happy accident. You know what I'm saying? Because by the time I get chrome in there, it's just going to be all uneven. That's kind of cool looking in there, though. Like in here. Where the on these like under flaps and like this spot here underneath the armor. Let me see if I can tilt it towards the camera. Yeah, so like that spot right there at the chest plate break. That's kind of cool looking. When you want the arc reflector reflecting on the metal, yeah, I mean that's gonna happen because like when this main thing, when I unmask it, like that's gonna be a super bright spot. It's just all the little, I just can't decide if I like all the little extra light leaks or not. I mean, I kind of do, but at the same time, these are indentions in metal. They're not transparent windows. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't do this on purpose, making cracks in the armor. All right, so I guess I kind of answered my own question. I'm going to have to black all this out. It kind of looks cool, like especially like this little, like I said, this spot here. I don't know if you can, let me turn it all the way off. Like that little spot right there in the chest plate armor. There's two kind of main breaks, and the light looks really cool kind of coming through there. Say no. I think I got to do it because up in there, up in all these little flaps. There's a hole. He's got spots in here. Definitely got a spot in there. I gotta get that one's bright. That's well. Let's see. Like, I think that's just a straight up hole. Like, I don't think I can do anything about that. I mean, without filling it with resin. No, my bad. It's just a spot I missed. Yeah, so I got to go and just go in there deep. I'm not going to be able to eliminate all of it. But I'm going to have to give it a try. Yeah, who's going to be looking at it from the bottom? Yeah, and see, it doesn't cast enough. Like, when you're looking at it dead on, when you're looking at it with a little bit of a hero pose, you can sort of see the light leak through the chest plate. But if you're looking straight on, you can't see it. Like, it doesn't cast, it's not strong enough to cast enough light to cancel out the shadow. So I'm just gonna paint over it all. All right, that answers that question. Let me check this hand here. See, like all around there. Definitely got to go black all that out. But this inside of here, I can't do anything about that. Like underneath his little hand shield, like there's a the way this thing is modeled, there's a cylinder that holds this in place, like it's, and because it's all clear, it's basically piping the light directly from the inside, bouncing it right up that cylinder and coming right out the top. So there's just nothing I can do about that. But it actually looks kind of cool, so I'm okay with leaving that one. I'm definitely going to go in here and hit with a little more primer up in there as best I can. Down in this little crevice here. Obviously around the thing and around the fingies. Like, yep, all that's going to have to be redone. This is going to need another airbrush pass just to even it out, try to hide it. So the chrome will help quite a bit, but you can see that's where that cylinder is. It's just piping that light straight up through there. It makes me feel good though. These lights are going to be really nice and bright though. So now that I can see them in contrast with, you know, everything kind of matted out, yeah, these are going to be nice and bright. Especially whenever I start. This is a little 5-volt pack. When I pump 12 volts through, even distributed amongst each of these 3-volt LEDs, the math should work out basically, but they should be super bright, which I'm pretty excited about. All right, so that definitely is going to need some love. This one I'm just going to go ahead and assume also is going to need some love. Yeah, this is why I don't usually do I don't usually stream this part, but like this project is only 3 colors basically, and a whole lot of masking. It's been mostly prep work. Like it's been mostly just sanding and patching and sanding and patching and patching and sanding. And yeah, so that's why I haven't been streaming. I've just been working kind of, you know, in the back cave, in the shadows. But I know I'm getting close. I'm getting close to paint ready. So if I can get these little, ooh, that's a bad spot right there. If I can get these all patched and primed, or I guess patched up with the prime. Definitely hit that again. These will need to dry again, unfortunately. So while these are drying, I can chrome the base and hand paint that and get that done. I think that might be as much as I can get done today. I'd like to get the chrome done today, but the primer has to be dry. I'm not messing around with this, because these surfaces have to be perfect at each stage. Otherwise, I'm fucking myself. And then when I put a candy paint on there, it becomes highly reflective and cool looking, and then you see these little spots, and you're just like, ugh. I mean, I don't like that I can see some of the stress layers here where there was some pull on this loose ass shoulder pad. But you know, it is what it is, and it's facing backwards, so you're not going to see it. You know, predominantly you're getting all face here and here, so it's okay. Gotta let some stuff slide. All right, let's check the helmet. Can't see which is which here. Have it a little twisted. I ran out of black, so I had to use yellow. I don't even know why I have yellow, but I had yellow. Crack right there, kind of good. On the little nick. The hole has got a spot in it. All in there. Oh, there's a big one in the back here. A sandy spot. Yep, gonna have to go another coat. Lame, but I'm glad I checked. I had to slow mine down a lot because it kept pulling off. Oh yeah, I hear ya. Oh, come on. All right. All of those got to be touched up. So I guess without further ado, let's start doing that. Stuff away. I don't need it anymore. Get back to some priming. Did I turn all my lights back on? Boop. So, yep, we're going to go back in here with some Vallejo primer and get those spots patched up. Ouch. I'm excited to try this AK Super Chrome. Yeah, sorry, I'm distracted reading the box here. Yeah, I think it's an alcohol based chrome, so I'll have to thin it with some alcohol. And then I got Tamiya X27 red for the thinner. I mean, for the candy paint, I gotta use some thinner to get that down. And then I'm gonna try this liquid metal Vallejo gold, rich gold. It's also an alcohol based gold. So I'm gonna try to make this dude as shiny as I can make them. And then I think for the chrome bits, I'm just gonna go back in with some Vallejo chrome because I'm not gonna make those heavy. Or after I suppose after I spray the AK chrome, anything I wanted to keep chrome, I could mask off, I could putty off. But then I'd have to go in all inside of there. Well, actually, no, I would just I would do putty and then a little bit of a mask because all of that has got to be chrome, that whole back end of it. I might think about that. All these internal flaps, those need to stay chrome, but I can putty those. That would look dope. Because that AK chrome is like super chromy, very metallic, very reflective, at least from what I can tell. All right, before I do this, I need a beverage. You know what? I'm gonna have beer. It's Saturday. I'm gonna live a little. What do I got in here? I got Blue Moon or Corona. Let's go Blue Moon. Blue Moon. Yeah. Oh fuck! I gotta take those. I gotta return those things to UPS or to Amazon. What's today? Today might be the last day. Oh, shit! All right, I might have to go do that this afternoon. Damn it! All right, let's get into it. wonder if I can do this while it's blood bin. Let's try. Let's try that. That might help help speed this along. I need something with a little bit more of a point on it. Deep. Deeper than it looks. I'm glad I did this. Like I said, because I did an Ironman previously, and I found out too late about the light leaks. I didn't catch them until after I was basically done. And as you can see, it's quite easy to fix it. And this Vallejo primer flattens out really nicely, so I don't want to do like a whole lot of buildup on the stuff that's already primed, but it's also going to flatten out, so I know it's going to be okay. How many total? Yeah, I've got one in the chest, I've got one in each arm, and one in the head. And then I've got a small inner ring LED strip and a longer outer LED strip that I'm going to put inside of this plastic blue ring, and that's going to go on the inside. The blue turned out really cool too, because I only painted the inside, so it's got a nice hue to it. And then I think whenever I put that super bright ass LED in there, it's going to give it pretty cool arc reactor vibes. But that little double layer of, I don't know if you can see it, there's like basically the outer part is transparent, so you're only seeing the blue on the inside. So it's got a kind of a cool look to it, I think. It's much easier doing it like this. I don't have to question if I got it or not. Like, it's either on or off. If it's on, I can see it's on. If it's off, then I know I'm good. There are just a lot of little funky angles in here, though. But you can't always depend on your airbrush to get every surface, because it makes, the way the wind, the way the air moving through, hitting all these little rigid bodies, making little eddies, like, little turbulent spots where your paint just doesn't settle. we can't. I mean, the airbrush is great coverage, don't get me wrong. And for anything metal, any metal work, you want to do as much of that with the airbrush, just so that it's an even coverage. Keep in mind that I got a power pack attached. But yeah, this is 100% the way to go with this. There's no other way to do it. I suppose I could shot in the dark and just do everything, but I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna spray prime them one more time just to make sure they get a nice even coat, because I can see there's some thin areas. Yeah, this has been a project that I've been looking forward to doing, and at the same time kind of scared to do. You know, this is the first time I've tried like the candy paint red, and it really needs it, because I did the other Iron Man that I did previously. I used like a pearlized red, and it has a weird tone to it that I don't particularly like. Let that dry. And yeah, I was just never happy with it. So much so I'm thinking about repainting. I did an original set of Avengers, the OG Avengers, and I did it early on before I kind of knew what I was doing with, painting and surfaces and painting eyeballs and skin tone. Like, I really should not have done those as soon as as early in my 3D painting as I did. But anyway, I'm considering going back and doing a repaint of Iron Man, Thor, and Captain America, and even maybe Black Widow's eyes. Her eyes really bother me. Hulk's good, and Hawkeye is good, but yeah, I think the others need some touch up. And so I've been a repaint, I should say. Captain, I just want to do his skin tone. I made him way too pale. Same with Thor. I kind of messed up his skin. Like I said, Iron Man's completely the wrong red. That would be a full repaint. I would mask off the transparent parts, chrome him out completely, and then just do a full repaint. Same color and same process that I'm doing here. And then what was the other one? I think that was it. But yeah. Oh, Black Widow's eyes. I didn't. She should be looking up, and instead I have her like kind of looking out, kind of dead eye stare out, and I hate that I did that. And it would be very easy to just white it out and then go. But also, I think I built like I think that paint I didn't thin it out, and their eyeballs were kind of chunky too. Like I said, this was before I knew what I was doing, so I would need to go in and strip out some of the paint, right, with some alcohol. But I have to go through some varnish to get to it. I see what I mean. This is, I can't tell if that's a hole or if I just not get to it. I think it's a hole. But yeah, like I said, this model or this statue in particular is really just heavy process. There's not a lot to paint. There's not a lot of options. There's not a lot of cool techniques. It's gonna be just mask and spray. It's gonna the difference, or the, at least for me, I feel like the precision part comes in just getting all the surfaces, getting the surfaces right, keeping them clean, keeping them clear and smooth, and just perfecting the actual application of the paint. See, I think that's just an open hole. There's nothing there. This brush is going all the way in. I think. Is it? Feels like it is. I don't like jamming the brushes up in there like this. Pretty much guarantee you're just trashing this brush. Plug in the leaks. Yeah, I did not intend on having to do this today. But like I said, this is the time. This is the time to do it. A little deep in there. This also makes me realize how when I'm just normal painting, how much is not getting painted down in the crevices. No matter what it looks like. You can't see down in there until you shine light through it. Still not getting down. It's just a hole. Yes, is that just a hole? Yeah, see, that's just a straight up hole. Just gonna block out what I can and not worry about what I can't. You have to be looking up and underneath it to see that one anyway. That is definitely just a straight up hole. Same thing with this, I'm pretty sure that's a hole, but I'm slowly filling it in with primer. Building up a layer of paint. And a little bit more and a little bit more, and it's gradually closing that hole in. Can't do that everywhere, but oof, there's a bunch in here. I do like that I can just kind of load this brush up though and not worry about it. That this primer's got a really good flattener in it, or however they concocted this paint. It flattens out very, very nicely. Even when you leave blobs and, well, maybe not blobs, but you know what I mean. Even if you kind of leave it in thicker in some spots and unevenness, it manages to level out. You can get the surface tension of the paint to cover the hole. Get like a little paint patch. just have to remind ourselves to breathe, and it doesn't have to be perfect. I do need to practice magnetizing statues, though. I wish I could magnetize this one, but like I said, with the base and the way I've got to kind of use the epoxy, and I'm really just kind of relying on the epoxy here. I don't want the rest of it to be magnetized and then, you know, just everything be unstable. You know, everything. You know, since I can't magnetize the entire thing. I don't want to do it, but I think the storm statue. I think the storm I'm going to magnetize because that'll be a good practice. Doing LEDs just makes everything a little more complicated because you can't really do it. It's hard to do a dry fit without connecting and disconnecting everything. So it's hard to check. Like, I don't know how much thickness the primer and the paint job's going to add to this thing, and how it's going to affect the fit. But with the stability of this thing being paramount, I'm half tempted to attach the boot separately, independently, let that fully cure before I start adding on the rest, which, now that I think about it and say it out loud, probably makes the most sense. Because if it's only going to be anchored in one spot, that's the spot I need it anchored in. And if everything else needs to compensate, so. And it's really not. I mean, it's really just going to be a little bit of a twist, you know, to the body or whatever. So it's not like it's going to be a huge alignment issue. There's not like a bunch of other parts that I need to connect with. There's one plus side to this statue. It's very, very simple. Just technically complex, which was kind of the challenge I was looking for. The storm statue, I think, is going to be more paint job complex. I'm really looking forward to that one. I haven't done a skin tone in a while, and a dark skin tone, doubly so. That Mace Windu was the last one I did, and it turned out really good. I was really happy with it. So I'm looking forward to trying that again. And then she's got a cool costume. It's the black and gold version. Which is, you know, that one's one of my favorite suits. And it's got some little transparent bits, but it should lend itself to being magnetized a little bit easier because the keys are kind of deep and everything should fit together nicely. Just flooding these crevices. So Dom, welcome back. Yeah, just continuing to see more and more spots where I need to patch. It's hard to with these transparent pieces. It's hard to tell how bright that light was going to be. And now that I've got, most of it blacked out, it's a little easier to tell how bright these things are, and I'm glad that they're bright because I was concerned they weren't not going to be bright enough. I am overclocking them just a little bit. I'm pushing a 5 volts to a 3 volt LED. But whenever I wire it up with the strip, I think that's going to be pushing 12. 12 distributed across, multiple lights, but still. They should be nice and bright. And it's only really going to be on long enough for me to take photos and stuff. Although this will be on a remote control, so I may turn it on and off more often. Are you cleaning the print cave? Yeah, you gotta do that. Definitely gotta do maintenance. I have a calendar set, so like the first Saturday of every month, I call it dusting day. I go through and I dust all my shelves and I dust all my statues and I clean up around my printer and I clean up around my sanding box and And now that I've got this new waterfall enclosure airbrush booth, I change out the water in that too. I mean, I've only done it once. I haven't had it for very long. But freaking love that thing, by the way. The airbrush, the waterfall booth. I don't know if you've seen it, Dom, but it's very, very cool, and it's so much better than a dry airbrush box. Like, it wasn't cheap, and I hesitate to say that it was worth the price, but I think it was worth the price. Hold on, I'll show you. It's this. So the waterfall, the water curtain, I don't have it turned on right now, obviously. I want to use it in a few minutes if you're still around. But the moving water captures all the paint particles and it flushes it all down into the bin, and so it doesn't like ever get blocked up like a dry filter does. And then it's the moving water kind of creates a low pressure vacuum, and it just really like sucks the air through. And then it's got a turbo fan in the back. The turbo fan, all the pumps and everything, it's all designed to come apart really easily so you can keep it nice and clean. So it's way more efficient. It's such a much better solution than a dry airbrush box that, like, I sounds like I'm selling it. I guess I kind of am because I think it's fucking rad. But it's very cool, very, very cool thing to have. And it, like I said, at least for me, as much painting as I do, heavy painting, it's perfect. Probably for most people, dropping that kind of coin on a airbrush box is probably not realistic. But I'm terrible with my money, and I just want cool shit for my hobby. So here I am with the water curtain airbrush booth. Yeah, it's pretty rad. Check them out. There's some reviews and stuff on YouTube, and this one, the one that I got, it came from China. It took about a month. Now with all the shipping delays and all the other shit, it might be longer, but I saw a Kickstarter. I saw another version of this on a Kickstarter. I didn't like the size of it though. I thought it was a little too small. So the one I got is a pretty big one. It was, how much was it? It was, I think it was like close to $800 with shipping. Like I said, it was international shipping and all that shit. So I want to say it was like $600 for the actual thing, but another like $200 for shipping. It was crazy, another $150 or something like that for shipping, and taxes and junk, import fees and all the other shit. Yeah. So yeah, it was not cheap. But it was it's worth it for me because that dry booth, the dry booth just was not moving air. Like once it started getting clogged, and I think and it wasn't just the filter getting clogged, the fan was getting clogged, like the actual moving components. So it just wasn't moving air efficiently anymore. And the waterfall booth, because the water keeps it all trapped, you don't that is never a concern. Like it's never going to, the paint particles are never going to get to the fan, or at least very minimal amounts will get to the fan. 90% of it's going to be caught in the water and in the filter in the water. Yeah, it's like I said, it's not cheap, but it's got like but also there are cheaper versions. So let me just go ahead and caveat it with that. I got the one that has like a motion sensor on the top, so you can wave your hand over it to control the fan speed, and it's got like different lighting temperatures, and like I went ass fucking crazy, dude. So no, yes, it was expensive, but that's just me. There are cheaper versions of a waterfall curtain booth, and like I said, I think there's a Kickstarter that has one as well. I just saw recently they're starting up, so there are cheaper alternatives for sure. Like I said, I have no respect for money, so that's my big problem. I value my joy more than my money. I feel like that's how it's supposed to be, right? Like, what's the point? You're just, what are you saving it for? You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not encouraging anyone to like go into ruin to buy cool shit for their hobby or anything. I am not endorsing being that irresponsible, but fuck, live a little. You know, spend it while you can spend it. While you got some youth and some joy left in your life before everything gets taken away. Fucking just live a little and blow some cash. That's what it's for. Otherwise, what's the point? If I thought any differently, I don't think I could survive in this capitalist hellscape that we live in. But I mean, you know, I know I'm privileged enough that I have a decent job, and you know, all my shit's paid, and I can have the luxury of blowing money on stupid shit like waterfall booths. And I'm thankful for that. I'm grateful for that. And what was I saying? But yeah, I mean, but at the same time, it's like shit. If I could make a living just painting statues and just making art, I would 100% choose that. I also come from an extremely modest background, so I know how bad shit can get before it gets bad. My kid would freak out though. My kid has had a very cushy life, but I know what it's like living on 20 grand a year. Like, and it is not pleasant, but can be done. My wife doesn't respect money either. Yeah, like I said, it's easy for me to say because I don't know. I grew up, like I said, I grew up very very poor, so having money now is like, I don't know. It's just I'm still shocked that I get to live the way I get to live. You know what I mean? I'm shocked that not shocked. I'm still appreciative of the fact that my job is, you know, still good after 20 plus years having a career. You know, being able to last this long, like, that's cool. I'm grateful for that. I'm not, you know, downplaying that, but at the same time, it's like okay, now what? You know, I don't know what I'm not driven. I'm not driven by making money. You know, a lot of people are, and that's cool, whatever. And that's all they think about. But I'm not one of those people, and I put a much higher value on my free time and my time with my family than you know, making them ends. Because you're just gonna buy the same shit over and over and over again, right? Like until eventually, hopefully, you grow up a little bit and figure out you're wasting it. And if you're really lucky, you figure out ways to enjoy it. But still, every now and then, I've got to, I got to repeat those little positive sayings so I don't drive myself crazy. You know, like I'm thankful to have dishes to do. There are some people that don't have dishes to do. They don't have a kitchen sink to clean their dishes. You know, these are the dishes I use to feed my kid, feed my family. And, you know, it's like keeping. I know it sounds a little weird, but it works. At least it does for me sometimes. It makes the those mundane chores and things a little easier to get through. Man, they really made these things deep. To block out the light, I gotta jam this brush so far down in there where I hit bottom. That's funny. So these he's got these little rocket platforms. I mean, you should realize I'm just not even on camera over here. He's got these little rocket platforms on his shoulders, and they're flat on the bottom, but they're transparent. So the light is coming up through the channel and then bouncing back down, and I can't paint it because of the angle that it's sitting at. Like it's inverted. So that's just gonna have to leak light, I guess. Ain't shit I can do about that. Oh, it's on the side. That's why I can't get it. I thought it was in the bottom. Hard to see what's going on in there. Definitely want to make sure I get all the light leaks around his head and neck. I'll be doing some close-up shots. It's flooding it now. Airflow down in these little crevices is not ideal for paint drying. All right, almost done. Not really, but we're gonna say that so that we stay positive. Really having to jam this thing down in there deep. a swirl mark right there. I do need to work a little more often on this project, though. I've kind of let it sit for a really long time. Excuse me. hungry. I have to stop for a quick bite. Oops. All right, I think I've got this thing. At least I think oh, that came out. Oh, that sucks. Alright, I'm gonna let this dry because it's getting hard to see which is a light leak and what is wet paint. So we're gonna give that a little while. And actually, I think I'm gonna take a little health and safety break and grab a sandwich real quick. Something. All right, yeah. Quick health and safety, and then I will be back to patch up those light leaks on that. We're gonna see if we can speed this along. Gotta jam that brush down too many times. It's kind of weird. Brush. There is some reason it does not want to cover right there. What's up? How goes it? How's the Saturday treating you? Squash all these little light. Oh yeah? Well, if you're putting LEDs in it, don't forget to check for light leaks. Because all these little crevices that look like they're primed are actually not. Now I'm going through and stomping out all the leaks. No, I am not. I'm just repurposing an old LED strip that was underneath that I was using on my desk. I did not need anymore, and keeping it pretty simple. It does have a little built-in remote, which is cool, and I can adjust the brightness of it, like from 10% down, from like 100% down to 10. So yeah, I got a little bit of some features, some fun features. But I'm not going too nuts on the electrical. I did not print on a filament printer. This particular project was actually a sponsored print or a sponsored post from a online 3D printer. So they printed these parts for free, and the base they printed solid, which is crazy. So that's just a solid chunk of resin, and it weighs a ton. Looks nice, but yeah, I would have never done it like that. But hey, you know, they that's how they chose to do it. So be it. And yeah, but it, I mean, it's a foot in diameter, so you definitely could have done it in a filament for sure. That would have been one of those things where, you know, if you have a filament printer that can print out the smoothness that you like. That was my thing about filament printers, is that like I could just never get them. I just could never get the smoothness of resin. And I know that's an obvious thing to say, but like I know, and nowadays they've got, you know, much better printers than what I was using back in the day, back whenever I tried it. So, you know, I know things have improved quite a bit. I just don't have the iron. I don't have the room for a filament printer in my current setup. Someday I'd like to have a filament printer though, because for big stuff, it would come in handy. There's a Balrog and Gandalf diorama that I want to do. But the base, like when it's all said and done, if I did it the size I want to do it, it would be like 3 feet across or something insane. Like it would be gigantic. And so those pieces, I would want to do that in filament. That would be way too expensive to do in resin. Yeah, that open area in there where it's just casting light, there's just nothing I can do about that. Did you use the open ring, like the modified ring version that has for the LEDs? It's basically like a trough. I'm trying to keep this in one piece without having to put a hole in it. But the feet, there's nowhere for the foot anchor to go. So I end up cutting the key off. And I'm just going to have to rely on epoxy to hold it on. Because there's one little kind of half notch where the key kind of lines up. That's my only reference point on either side. But yeah, there's nothing for the key to actually go down into. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm trusting that my epoxy will hold. I am leaning more toward. I've been thinking really, really hard about how to do the assembly. So what I think I'm going to do is after I run all the wires and everything, and I plug up the one boot, I'm going to epoxy the one boot in place. That's the main kind of holder, and then the rest I'll pre-assemble and kind of stick on there. Wherever the other foot ends up landing is wherever it ends up landing. I'll just epoxy it in place. It should be pretty close though. And if I use a 5-minute epoxy, I have some time to move it around. But anyway, the point being is I'm going to have to make an anchor point before I do anything else. So that is going to be the only way to do that. Yeah. So, but also I'll need to pre-assemble the parts too, because it's a lot to plug in and hold. So I think what I'll do is I'll stick on that boot, and then while that thing is drying, I'll pre-assemble the rest of the upper body, and then when I'm ready to stick it on the base, I'll do the epoxy on the other leg, the foot, and the leg, both legs, and the lower half. Stick that on, and then connect the last two, the wires at the waist, and then attach the top. I think that's the way it's gonna have to go. Not as smooth as I like to do it, but with these LEDs and all the plugs and everything, this is what's gonna have to be. It's weird because I'm like, I've been thinking about this thing for so long, for so much, like just working through all the kinks in my brain, just like making sure that, I've thought about all the possible things that could happen, that I feel like I've already done it. Like, does that make sense? Like I've already got the endorphins from it or whatever, having problem solved and figured it out, ran through all the permutations of what could possibly happen. I've gamed it all out, and I know how to do it now. Now I just have to actually go in and do it, and I'm like, I keep dragging feet, and I need to stop. So, getting better. I'm getting back into it now that I've cleared a lot of these, hurdles. Getting the surfaces ready. These whole fins here had like a crease in them, so I had to add a bunch of putty and fix them. I almost let it out of my quality assurance check. I almost let it slide, but because I just wasn't paying attention. But I did end up catching it. It was pretty glaring. Second pass on that. Yeah, that's pretty nuts. On the plus side though, it should help with the whole only doing epoxy attachments. Like that should help with the whole center of gravity business. The height of because the height of this thing, the center of gravity is going to be weird, but because the base is so freaking heavy, I think that's going to bring that center down, and it should make it pretty easy to deal with then. run this through the airbrush one more time just to make sure everything's nice and smooth. Gotta be real careful not to. These shoulder pads are just barely hanging on. I mean, not barely, but the shoulder pads are just kind of loosely attached. There's like two little pillars of resin that are holding the those big ass shoulder pads on. I feel like I'm gonna snap them off. Really hard not to. Yeah, I hope so. I think this is the first time too I'm gonna do like a candy paint, like a real, you know, kind of a real Iron Man red. You know, the first Iron Man I did, I'm not happy with it because I used like a pearlized red and it just wasn't right. You know, it looks right from the right angle, you know, the way the light hits it, but from the wrong angle it looks pink. And I'm like, ugh. I wish I could repaint that. I'm thinking about really hard about repainting that. We'll see how this goes. But yeah, this project is not like a normal thing. Like I normally don't do this much wiring, and this is the first time I've tried. Like I said, I've tried the candy paint, so it's more about like the surface being prepped. Like these surfaces, I've paid a lot of attention to making sure that the surfaces are nice and prepped. I need to do that more often. I think my next statue, I'm doing a storm. Definitely going to apply this approach as far as like, you know, sanding, priming, sanding again, priming again. Doing that 2-stage has really helped. Like allowed me to catch a bunch of stuff that you just don't see the first time. So yeah, I'm very happy with how these surfaces kind of, you know, are nice and smooth. I still got a little bit of weirdness because of this loose thing, but this shoulder face is backwards, so spot where I had to patch up the elbow a little bit. I might do some battle damage there, but overall, there's not a lot of swirl marks or anything like that, which is nice. I don't know which one's which. Maybe crossed. It looks like this is the red. I'm glad I've set up this little test pack too. And I'll just airbrush. Having this little tester battery pack is coming in handy. The LED I'm putting in this thing is going to be super bright. I mean, this thing is basically going to be a lamp when I'm done with it. Because the base is going to have two LEDs. I'm running one along the outside, inside of the blue ring. That's going to face outwards. And then I'm going to have another one on the inside where the core would be. That's going to be just bright white. And sorry, my wife just popped in. Oh, yeah, it says it's delivered. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry I missed you. Yeah, sorry I missed you. Uplink. Go get that cooking done. We're waiting on an Amazon delivery. A little portable air conditioner. My son works in a pizza place and it's like 120 degrees in there. So I got him a little undershirt air conditioner thingamajig. All right, and we're back. Still patching up these crevices. Yeah, I have to say, making a little temporary battery pack so that I can paint paint these light holes is one of my better ideas. It's one of my finer ideas here. Because otherwise I would have just been doing this blind. will be happy to move on from this stage, however. A lot of prep work. Well, it looks like I can eliminate that light leak in there. I'm going to have to go back and figure out how to do it on that hand. There we go. Now you're not coming off. I need to recheck this thing. I gotta figure out a way to get up in there now. Oh, it's just short. Anything longer. Gotta be able to get up in there now because I got rid of that one mostly. Got some beach. Not enough to make a difference. chance to dry. One last quality control check on all of them. And I think we're ready to move on finally. torso. good. These hands one more time, and then I think I'm ready to move on. 1, 2, check, check, check. Mic check. Someone check on Michael. Wait, my mic died. I had to switch to the backup. There we go. All right, so let those parts, that primer set one last time, hopefully. But while that is drying, I'm going to hit the base with some gloss black. So that to be perfectly clear. I'm just going to run black through it again. Actually, I'm going to take a quick health safety break. Be right back. All right, let's get some gloss black on that base there. I'm going here with some gloss black from Vallejo. I need to move this a little. It's a little thick. Choose water. That is nowhere near enough, but mix some more later. All right. Definitely gonna need to work out a more permanent riser solution for doing stuff like this. Just don't want that to build up too much. Although I suppose it's stainless steel, so it never really dries. So I don't have to do this right at this particular moment, but I'm waiting for that thing to dry over there anyway. I can't make too much forward progress until that's all dry. Wow, I've been at this for over 4 hours and I really don't feel like I've made much progress at all. I mean, I know I have, but not visible progress, I should say. Oops. So, I really need to let that dry before I move on. We're gonna let this dry. Then we're gonna spray this AK Super Chrome. Which I've never used this stuff, so. So we're gonna see what it do. Danger, flammable liquid. And I'm gonna assume that this will need alcohol cleaned. Special ink with permanent finish, 100% glossy chrome. Back total coverage, no primer required, but a black primer can be used as a base. Paint on smooth surfaces for a better finish. It doesn't say you have to use gloss. I just want a really, really glossy chrome, so I'm gonna use the gloss. I'm gonna try spraying it on this little test piece I have while I'm waiting for that stuff to dry, just so I can sort of see what I can expect here. brush. It's coated. So I'm gonna try in this AK Super Chrome. I don't know if you can see it. It's a very chromy bottle. AK Super Chrome. We're gonna give this a go. Try. Ooh, it looks pretty. Try a little bit on this Deadpool little extra piece here. So just so I can sort of get a feel for it. Oh, turn my fan on. Wow, that's very chromy chrome. Yeah, you know what? On second thought, I don't think I need to worry about doing the gloss black. That seems to be a nice chrome all by itself without a gloss base. I'll just make sure I can clean it with alcohol. Brush cleaner through there. Oh, see, I still got water popping up out of this thing. Gotta figure out a way to stop that. Cleaner in there for a second. Soak with that. I think we may be dry now. That is some chromey chrome. And it gets everywhere. Yeah, that is a very chrome. It goes on nice and easy with the airbrush too. Yeah, I don't see a need. I don't think I'm going to worry about doing the gloss black. That chrome is thick and it's got good coverage. So I think it's going to be fine to just go right on the primed parts. But I'm going to let them dry overnight because I want them to be nice and cured before I chrome them. But it's nice to know the chrome goes on nice and easy. So I'm coming up on 5 hours of this stream, so I think I'm going to go ahead and shut it off here in a couple minutes. Finish cleaning this airbrush. Because, yeah, now I feel like I made some progress. Start seeing that chrome on there. I can't wait to chrome the rest of the parts. I think they're going to look pretty rad. This needle out of here. This chrome, because it's got the alcohol. It's it's alcohol based. It's gonna dry fast. I want to make sure to get it off the needle and out of the needle tip as quickly as I can. All right. Q-tip that. All right, I guess I can go shut this off. There's no sense in hanging out. I'm still just cleaning the airbrush. So, yeah, hopefully I'll be back on tomorrow. And I can continue on. And it's very shiny. They didn't miss anything. creator. It'll be hot. Yeah, it's all lit up. You're not gonna see shit. It's just gonna be all bright, shiny chrome with bright lights. All right. Anyway, until next time. Later.